Hello.
Hello.
Hey.
Annoying.
Hey.
How's everything going? I thought you were
Hi,
streaming on because I had a notification, but it's not
Yeah.
saying you are.
you're currently live on my channel, Ortis, and in fact, that kinda, you joined just as I was going off the going live, so currently everyone can hear you. Are you okay with that?
I don't fucking care.
Awesome. You want to
Alright.
join us for some of the devil?
Yeah, sure. I just, for some reason, Twitch was saying you weren't streaming on my end.
Weird.
Oh no! I have to verify my age now.
Ugh, yuck.
Oh god. Fucking UK.
Like fucking Labour Party. But...
Just do what I did. I
Motherfucker.
used Norman Reedus.
What?
Do it.
My
Oh.
YouTube required me to do age verification, so I just.
I see ya. Thank you
with
so
AI
much for
with
the
ID,
follow.
I used
So-
Norman Reedus.
Come on, I can't hear what someone's saying. What?
Use a fucking video game character that looks middle-aged.
Yeah, like Norman Reedus.
I have to do it on my phone. My laptop doesn't. My laptop camera is broken.
Okay, then pull up a picture of Norman Reedus on your laptop.
Okay, hang on, wait. I need to.
Yeah,
The funny thing is, it actually works.
it does.
It depends. It depends though, because if it doesn't, if it makes me have to tilt my face to the side, I'm fucked. I'm trying to find the right browser. My laptop is very broken and doesn't like me.
Uh-huh.
It has this thing where anything in the start bar goes invisible until I open it, and it pisses me off.
So, I see
it's
ya.
the guy I
Oh,
have to
sorry.
Google.
Let's let
What was his name?
Ordis figure this out.
Norman Reedus.
Norman Reedus. The American actor. I assume. I assume.
Yep.
Yes. Right. Gotta find it. Matt. Wow. This will be fine. I'm sure it will be fine. I am certain this will
You
be
guys,
fine.
I might have to use the bathroom while you guys figure this out. Anyway, so sorry for the delay, chat. Ordis is trying to get his stream set up.
If this,
Or his
I'm
age
not-
verification set up.
oh my god! It's damn it! I was like, no.
Weirdly enough, I'm not being forced to verify my age, but it might be the fact that I already had to file all of that shit when I set up my affiliate, so
Yeah, maybe.
The thing is I have affiliate. I am an affiliate.
Yeah,
I
and
don't have
Ordis
any
is
of
of
that.
age. Though, why are they only hitting you with age verification for my channel? What the
I
Because
don't
they're
know.
in the UK.
But
So
I
is Avis, though.
yeah, I'm fine. I've never been asked to verify my age.
It's probably that they're starting to do it for people.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But also, remember, Avis, that you had your government stuff already in Twitch
Yeah.
so that you could get payments.
I am gonna
Well, I
run
can't
to the
anymore.
bathroom really
Well,
quick.
yeah, not
Thanks.
anymore, but you know what I mean.
I'm gonna run to the
Thanks,
bathroom really
Twitch.
quick before we start, and then we will get started on case episode 2 of the Devil. And Isia, I think just looking from the menu, you can already see why I like this game. I'll get you your hydrate redeem in a sec.
Yeah.
Be right back.
I'm
I think
going,
I'm gonna play this game in my free time.
bro. I'm going to go in fucking sane.
You know what? Fair and justifiable.
Okay, so let me catch you up to speed here. Mary
At the
in
library.
this game is playing a defense lawyer who
Who's a
has
total
killed
serial killer.
at least, yeah, and who has killed at least
It's not-
11 people.
It's not working. I'm mad at
What?
somebody, bro.
What?
It's not It's not working.
Oh shit.
It
Oh.
says check lighting and lens.
Choose a different photo of him then. I think I had like 1 to 3 attempts to get it to work, and one of them worked.
Girl, it's so hard to angle it because I have to use the front lens. It won't let me use the other side of my camera. Oh my god, it did it! It did it! It did the face scan. No, it couldn't verify my age. Kill myself.
Damn it. Try.
Keep
again.
trying.
Keep trying. Norman Reedus will help you.
I hate it here, bro.
It'll eventually work.
Yeah.
Okay, I am back. I'm back. Hello. We are playing Of the Devil, Episode 2.
Norman Reedus.
Oh no! It requires you to open your mouth now on this.
Norman Reedus with his mouth open.
Marita's mouth open.
Should I start the game while you're all getting this set up?
Having chaos.
Yeah.
What if we just use this Death Stranding image I found? There's someone
Yeah,
sticking with the
go
sticky
ahead.
thing. With the,
That's
the
what people are
kill him,
using,
so-
yes.
That's what people are using. All right.
And so far throughout the game, Neri has met 3 or 4 women
not-
that she would.
Oh, it's not working. Fine. I'll just use my own face at this point. I give up.
Don't.
No.
No, do
I
not.
hate this.
Don't
This
give it.
makes-
Don't give it.
Do
your
not.
thing.
They're gonna
I-
track you.
I hate this stupid age verification bullshit.
It's not really age verification. It's that the government can spy
Yeah,
on
it's
you,
so they know what
and
your
if
face
you
looks
dare
like
say
so that
anything
they
negative
can
about
track
them
you.
or dare be LGBTQ, they can hunt you down. That's really what
Yeah.
the end goal is.
Yeah.
Which is why you should not use your
Do
real
not
face
use your
for
real
this.
That's why you
face.
should use Norman Reedus.
Anyway. Who wants to voice Sosuke?
Please, this is.
Hold still and relax. This'll all be over soon.
Oh, you're joking about the makeup.
Oh, I was about to say me at the dentist.
No, no.
Of course I wasn't joking.
Time to make the pretty boy pretty.
A face
this
like
doesn't work-
yours is invaluable in the courtroom.
I bet you it won't work.
You think cover me in concealer and blush and a black eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly?
No! It won't let me do it now because it wouldn't work.
You know the names of all this stuff?
Wait,
Time
hang
to
on.
firebomb their HQ. I mean, what?
I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. Is that your eyebrow gel?
Yes.
It's cakey.
Do you want to do the rest?
I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged.
Okay, so quick
Robot.
quick
AI.
this is another like quick update for those of you who have no idea who the fuck these people are. Red hair, defense attorney / serial killer, also our main character. Green hair,
At least 11 victims.
yeah,
Dr. Morgan.
green hair, android girl, assistant to red hair. She is this game's Maya Fey.
And Sarah, the green-haired one, is currently crushing a little bit on the dude we're talking to. Girl, chill.
And furthermore, from an aesthetics perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone will...
Excuse me?
You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sasuke.
Oh my god.
You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts.
Sarah.
Just hold still. So,
Mary.
and this guy is our client. He's been
Mary, what Sarah's
accused.
doing? It's unethical.
He's already showing his collarbones. His shirt's already open.
But Sarah wants to see him without a shirt.
So, to get everybody else caught up, the guy with the bandage over his eye, is our client. He was being tortured by gangsters, and also he's been beaten up by cops. Morgan incidentally wound up inadvertently, unintentionally rescuing him when she killed the gangsters that were keeping him hostage for her own selfish purposes. Not out of any altruism or anything, it just sort of happened. But then some cops arrived, and one of the cops, after Morgan left, police arrived, and at the scene where Morgan had killed these 4 gangsters, and somehow one of the officers that was responding also died. And it's not clear yet who killed that officer. I'm just gonna review our evidence. Like, for example, the window wasn't open when we were in the room.
Also, the phone charm.
Yeah, but I'm just getting everybody caught up. The sound system is evidence.
Yeah.
That's what we use to distract them. The broken bat is evidence.
Because we use that to cave a guy's skull in.
It was barring Sosuke from exiting the other room before I used it to destroy Trey's eyes, but no one else knows that, and I have no way of informing them. What a pain. Creek's datapad.
Creek's one of the victims.
Uh-huh. Creek's note.
Proof that Creek
M.
can't spell.
Icaria. The dark card that we used to bait them. The dumpster, which has been moved. We didn't move the dumpster. The fire escape. It's missing its ladder.
And we also,
The gun that we used to kill 2 of the gangsters.
which actually belonged to one of them.
Yeah, it was... The front door had also been, shot up. And, like, the lock had been busted.
Oh, sorry, hold on. You might hear that vacuum. Let me mute until that stops.
Okay. The lock was not busted when we left the scene. Oh, I was gonna show Isia the phone charm. After this, I'm just getting everybody else caught up.
You can't see the phone charm from that side, though. Kind of.
That is glorious.
Yeah, that's a character in the game in a sexy bunny outfit.
Unfortunate shading.
The needle guns that were the needles from the needle guns that were used on Sosuke. Adelaide Hahn, who is herself a blue blood. We have her business card. That's evidence.
What's it?
Sosuke's medical records. I feel like this is gonna be something we're gonna use to say he was so fucked up that he couldn't have killed all those people. The redacted documents, the Redding documents. And Sosuke's sword, the murder weapon. Another murder weapon I had to wipe my prints off before taking my leave. I was indulgent trying to take Trey's head off. Wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade's tip when I dragged it across the floor. So,
And there he can show you all 5 victims, actually.
oh yeah, you want me to? So, Officer Chopin, victim number 5, last to die. we didn't kill him. We don't know who killed him, but he was a straight-laced cop who was trying to clean up the force. He was a goddamn hero cop, and both of his fathers are city councilmen. So
Yeah.
there's a lot of pressure.
Fathers? Gay. That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. We think it was his partner, but we haven't seen him yet.
Here is one of the victims, Lakers Creek Kristoff, the leader of the gangsters that were keeping Sosuke hostage. We shot
Is his
him.
nickname Creek because his name is Lakers?
Yeah. We killed him because we killed him with a shot to the stomach. Diamani's not a victim. He's just but he's a cool dude. We also met this lady, who I think is gonna come up again. So one of y'all could voice her. She's a surviving gangster of the Blue Bloods. Let me see. No, nope, that's our mentor.
You're looking for Miller.
Miller.
There you go.
Miller is one of the gangsters we killed. We stabbed him in the neck.
He looks like one of the gorillas, but I
Yeah.
said that.
Also, all of the victims look like gender bent Vocaloids plus Jinx.
Tanks was the muscle of the gang. We shot him in the
Where
chest
the
with his
gun
own
came
gun. And lastly, there was
Also
Trey, the new guy in the gang. Morgan killed him with the katana.
He does kind of look like an alien.
There's our little android partner.
Also known as the baby.
It's not working, just letting you guys know. Nothing is working. I cannot verify my age at all.
Ugh.
Despite the fact that I have Twitch affiliate, I had to send in ID to get Twitch affiliate, etc. They already
This-
have my ID.
This is, by the way, is the girl on the bunny charm.
Oh.
Okay. Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty.
I don't doubt your tactics work, Morgan.
My tactics included getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up?
I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pay me is shameful.
You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype.
Or don't be more of one.
Don't call other people stereotypes.
He's right, Adonai. And he's more of a cybernetic samurai, since he's won himself to a wealthy landowning noble.
Oh,
Oh
my
my
god, Sarah, you fucking nerd!
I'm confused, Sosuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money?
I'm not talking about morality, I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenets to guide her programming?
I can only imagine.
About that.
But
she doesn't.
some she doesn't have any tenants, right? But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms.
Oh,
Drift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. Without a compass, you'll just die of exposure.
If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death.
Point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is.
Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star, pointing towards complacency at all times.
The media is like the wind, and without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide.
It was a nice try, Sarah. Ah, forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman.
And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking.
What? If I'm talking, how will you...
Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk.
Play out on I?
Oh my god, I love Sarah. Someone else voice for me, I'll be right back.
Alright.
Sasuke, do you happen to have any tattoos?
Are the jury gonna ask about that or something?
Might.
Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact, I do have a tattoo. Akuma Inu on my
A
back.
dog!
Of course.
He's a dog!
Kamainu, a guardian dog.
You have a tattoo of a dog?
It's a fierce guardian deity.
Like a Labrador or...
Like a great, fierce, a big dog.
Perhaps you should have it changed to some other design. Like, say... Like a dragon.
Like a dragon.
Looks into the
Wait.
camera.
There's no switching.
The buyer's remorse must be unbearable.
There's no buyer's remorse.
Lift your chin.
You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes?
You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we'll take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it.
But the advantage you're talking about is my face. Also, your android keeps staring at me funny.
Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sasuke?
Why are you drooling? Look, it may be true that at times, some women have expressed
And men, no doubt.
all I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this.
Pretend it's war paint.
Is that how you see it?
No, but I'm a grown-up.
Listen, lady.
She just smack-talked him.
Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sasuke.
Did she ask you about your dimensions?
Oh my god.
The subject might have come up.
Sarah, no. She's the talkative one, isn't she?
So we're gonna have an interview with Sosuke. Sorry if she kept you up all night.
No, she's no trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... we discussed history.
Oh, well then she must have put you right to sleep.
Ugh.
don't I? That was his choice of subject.
So you read history, Sosuke. Here, I assumed you spent all your free time frowning in the corners of rooms with your arms crossed.
We talked about the Roman Empire. And something else.
God.
For your information.
Sorry,
And criminal empires.
nothing too detailed, I hope.
Sasuke, I still don't understand. What do you mean when you say said criminal organizations used to be structured differently?
Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world.
Old ways?
Well, you see, when you used to screw up, they would have you cut your finger off.
He's talking about race, Sarah.
Race? I don't understand.
Also, I just noticed that my blue sky isn't listing me as live. What the fuck? I did all of that, and it doesn't even fucking work.
It's a new feature. It's probably gonna not work right at the beginning.
Well, that's to be expected.
Exactly.
After all,
My
you
blue
share
sky calls me
98% of your components with...
face.
After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine.
That is an untrue and unflattering comparison.
Maybe you do get it.
Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia,
Mafia, Gokudo,
Same,
Sana, who
Sane,
they all came from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path. It helps Sarah's path and the pride that comes with living by your own rules. Those were the first criminal organizations: underground guilds, lending systems, militias, societies.
Oh, sure. They were basically just big, friendly charities.
Then the world got smaller and people started moving around, and the mafia changed. Came away for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power and intelligence that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. The world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive.
Right.
Not enough shared experiences.
Shared experiences. I see.
Fancy way of saying the internet came along.
Well, yes, psychology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. True. Just because of where your recommendations take you.
So the immigrant experience disappeared? No, it did fucking not. I will tell you that fucking now.
Fractured more, turned into a million shards of a hammer. While generational or economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been, in every sense, except economically.
He is at historical heights.
As it has been every year for...
Since before I was born.
To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another, their socioeconomic status. Katsukaria is at the top, the blue bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated among leadership. Of course, each mafia exists in an entirely different shroud.
I see.
Ordis!
I also
Ordis
read
got
about
it!
an I also have read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city.
Here's your hydrate redeem. I owe 2 people hydrate redeems, actually.
God damn it, it's on cooldown.
Are they in the quality class?
Russ, I put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos, spiked hair, chrome biceps, and sharpened teeth.
So they're cyberpunk go-gangers.
Yeah,
They're Maelstrom.
I was gonna say, yeah.
No, they're literally the Scav because they steal other people's mods. They're
like a
literally the
mix
Scavs
between
from
the
Cyberpunk.
They're the scavs.
Someone
and,
else want to voice Sasuke for me? My throat's just starting to hurt.
Yeah. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work. But I can't see the Rust experiencing any kind of social mobility.
Careful, Sosuke. If the Rust heard you being that classist...
The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need any excuse to start ripping open modders and grabbing whatever they can.
Like that happen in the city?
In the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself.
Finally run out of steam?
Under the Grim business, then. How'd things go with your investigation? That bad, was it?
Nonsense. It was pretty bad. With what I've seen so far, there's no one else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the Pod's deaths. They've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body.
That police officer probably murdered his own partner, though.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that's what we were
Probably
thinking.
was paid to do so.
What's it gonna look like in there?
You've never been inside a courtroom?
Never as a defendant. I'm just wondering how many cops I should expect.
In the gallery, a sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics.
Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd line up much the same for one of ours.
You say that, and yet I don't see any other Icaria around.
This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they're being audited by the state, remember?
How understanding of you.
Don't I think Sasuke is sad that his friends haven't shown up.
Good catch.
You are hired by Makoto of House Icaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance.
Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake.
What's so bad about an elevator ride?
Is he claustrophobic?
No. That is, yes, but I cannot tell anyone, understand?
Who the hell would I tell that to?
No.
Right.
Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Icaria doesn't mind paying a fine. They'll be watching from somewhere in the courtroom.
That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's progression.
As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt.
Adonai. I think Sasuke's spirits have rallied.
You know I can
Re-
hear you, right?
Really? How can you tell? Oh, Emma Rockford.
He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter, as if...
Good. Now try and keep his spirits high.
How do I do that?
Think of something fun.
Wait.
Oh boy.
Okay, shall we arm wrestle? Oh. Good morning, Morgan.
Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week?
Actually, that sounds... Hey.
Sorry, sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can?
Fair enough.
Losing sleep over this case?
Really, no. Things still look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before your big debut as a mob lawyer?
Not at all. I slept like a rock.
Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest more or less, just having a lot more late nights lately.
Late nights? Like going out?
Nah,
Ah,
just late night chats.
chatting about what?
God. Look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring on the marching band into the courtroom if they could. Theater.
Right.
Oh, theater and trial weren't that
That's
far
me.
apart. Oh,
Well,
sorry.
Theater and trial weren't all that far apart back in ancient Greece.
And Sosuke just whispers to
Would
Sarah,
hope we'd
"They
progress
all
since
think
then.
it's gay."
You don't approve of this show of force, I take it?
Is it that obvious? I'd like to say this because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this really is about. Like Copper said, the state wants to make it clear that that isn't tolerated.
Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect us citizens.
Volunteers don't get paid. Besides cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the law, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rust comes from the deep.
So you'd rather the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen?
Suppose it's not impossible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass.
Damn.
Ha!
Damn the commentary.
Are
Damn.
you okay, babe?
That's pretty good.
That was good commentary, but I just heard Lexi drop stuff on herself.
Oh no.
No,
Oh,
I
no.
guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes the same show of force whenever any crime is committed.
Damn!
But we know they're not gonna do that.
If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I would have caught HBK by now.
You're still on that?
Of course, shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing persons cases there are in this city? How many deaths get written up as mod harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to want that their kills them.
You shouldn't joke like that.
What? You don't believe me? just last month, missing person. The reports were filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work. 7 days since they had last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work and they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared.
Thank you, Lexi. Ah,
And no one
stop!
cared. And no one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one notices until they stop buying in. The body was found 2 full weeks later. The decay was...
What happened to them?
blood force to the back of the head. Something metallic, with a sharp corner, we think.
It was a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand, and it caved through his skull like a shovel through snow.
Morgan, you killed
into the
another
bay.
person.
Kicked into the bay. Might not even have been weighed down.
So, Morgan's total body count that we know of. The 6 people she killed is the Heartbreak Killer. The one
The Blue
guy
Bloods.
that was stalking David Asher, the
Mhm.
4 Blue Bloods, and the person she took the dark card from, and now this one. Although this may or may not be the same person she took the dark card from. I don't know yet. But
So it's
Not
either,
likely, it's a part-timer.
that's true. So 6
So we're sitting.
plus 1
7.
plus 4
11.
plus 1, 12, plus likely another one, 13.
That's a baker's dozen.
And also, there's evidence that there's more, because she said she's killed way more. And even the line, do you remember how many times you've eaten bread?
Right. So she's killed at least a baker's dozen.
Yes.
I'm going to be right back.
Just thrown away like a cheap...
That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them?
No.
So, probably a mugging then, right?
No. There would have been other injuries from a struggle. And a thief who accidentally committed murder would be too panicked, too terrified to...
You know how muggers think now?
I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK, with a robust enough profile.
Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome.
Hmm? I'm not working on this by myself. Sorry. Right. Oh. Do you want to beg for mercy real quick before we begin?
The bells as she said that. Now, where would be the fun in that?
Ow.
Courtroom 48D. Sarah?
Gallery is quite full today, isn't it?
Awash in a sea of pissed off cops.
Of course it is. A rigged jury, if there ever was one.
They're the gallery, not the jury.
some of the trees probably bought off.
LRB?
LRB.
Doesn't exactly show up one's confidence, does it?
LRB's muted.
Oh, that's true. 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belonged to a cop, and a crowd was to be expected. Didn't think they'd be so quiet, though.
I'm going to go make myself some tea because my throat is starting to hurt.
Yeah, do that.
Okay.
Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing.
Posturing, I understand. I've been attached to my share of tense and negotiations. But the bloodlust in those rooms is always mutual.
You don't feel any animosity towards these cops?
I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake.
You just worry about the jury.
What about the
Oh.
adjutant?
Hang on. I am live on Twitch right now.
All right. So it's just Marnus and Icea again. Right.
Welcome to the Stinky Show.
Ah,
Yeah, so
my neck hurts.
I'll talk to you later, okay? Bye. Sorry about that. That was another phone call. Did you read the line, Varn Varn?
Yeah.
No. They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring.
Oh, please, let it be her.
This one can.
Let it be her. Let it be her.
Yes.
All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to prosecuting organized crime.
You want to wait for Avis?
Yeah. Or Icea, do you want to read Sarah until Avis gets back?
Have you been in court many times before, then?
It's an eye for an eye, the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer.
Your keyboard's also very loud.
Oh.
Though even that has become rare. The house is elevated.
Yeah.
Blue Bloods and Rust and all the rest of the rap. We're beyond their reach next. And when it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently.
Must make being a bodyguard pretty boring.
I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke.
Thank you.
Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rivals.
Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not be expecting assistance from the house.
Honestly, the thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once? What the hell would that even feel like?
So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash.
Oh my god.
No.
I feel like that's a reference to something.
Well,
It
if we
is.
do
It's a
real-
reference to crime movies.
Oh.
Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so...
Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury?
No, I know they aren't here. It used to mandate that the juries be physically present for court proceedings. You felt it was important that they look the accused in the eye.
To help them evaluate their character?
Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have.
True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then. To have to look them in their eyes.
Punishment for the jury or the defendant?
All right, kiddos. Chins up, shoulders out. Show's about to start.
Brett. Brett.
Ah,
Yes.
I just remembered.
I'm back.
Do you think that adjutant assigned to
I-
this particular case?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you're back? Alright, good.
They
Do
were looking
you
for where
think
everyone was.
The adjutant assigned to this particular case.
Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy.
Also, it's been really,
I love voicing her so much. She's so fun. How?
It's Aidley. What are the chances? Aidley.
80.
Oh, 80. Let's happy couples.
Pineapple on pizza.
Until proven guilty.
This likes happy couples who ask you to take their photo.
She's single. This is our judge. She is great. She is a delight. Let he who is without sin play first, or draw first.
Oh, sorry. Currently in the process of dying off, by the way.
Yeah, you got what everyone else has?
Yeah, fuck you.
Yeah, we have some medicine upstairs if you need it. You want me to get anything
No.
at the store tomorrow for you? Like Dayquil and NyQuil?
Cream puffs.
There should,
No.
Yes.
there should
No, I'm not getting you cream puffs unless you give
Modern
me
medicine.
It's not medicine!
Guys,
It is.
It is.
I'm trying to
Hey,
read
Vince.
my line.
Sorry.
It's like ice cream.
Yeah.
I'm not buying them cream puffs. That's like $40.
Guys!
That's the game.
I'm trying to read my line.
Alright.
Well, then say it.
There should be at least 83 other personalities in this building's network. At least.
Well, Your Honor, thank you for...
Presiding so honorably, I do try. Try. 'Cause it's a trial.
Oh, God.
Hold on.
Tougher crowd than usual. That's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died?
5 people, Your Honor.
Yikes! What's the damage?
2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide to the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree.
Buddy, you trying to set a gold split with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set?
The prosecution stands ready to...
So, shall we begin? Court is now in session. Now, let's crack open those opening statements and get this case summarized.
Gladly, Your Honor.
I'm like jumping in my seat as I voice her. She's just so much fun. I love her. I love 80.
People of the court. The defendant of this case is a man called Sosuke Ikaria. He he was found on the scene of the crime where two men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in, and a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword.
Cop-killing piece of shit! Ah!
Pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mice may inadvertently pick up. Now I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you, but I want to stress to you all now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence. And all of that will point towards the truth. That the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need to concern yourself with.
Oh, she's cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. For as ashes call to cinders and embers form champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage if the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre. It's not like masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle-dazzle. Is that a Chicago reference?
I
Probably.
believe so.
Give 'em the old razzle-dazzle.
I mean, this game is set in Chicago, I'm pretty sure, so...
But she dumped a body in the sea.
I don't know then.
I mean, there is a big lake here. I mean, it just said she dumped a body off the harbor. So, I don't know, maybe. I feel like it's in nondescript North American sci-fi urban megacity. It's basically a night city, more or less.
New York City. Sure.
Yeah. Night City is basically New York.
Night City is basically LA. It's in California.
Really?
Yeah, Night City is in California.
Oh, fair enough. I don't know.
My fellow citizens, you were brought here today because an act of violence that took place could only be described as unspeakable.
To be completely fair, I kind of like tapped out of Cyberpunk because of the fucking side quest where you have to try and, well, first of all, driving mechanics. Second of all, that side quest where you gather up all the taxis that made me rage quit.
Oh, the
I
Delamain
like that
taxis?
Yeah.
I remember that.
Did you set them free or?
I set them free.
Hell yeah.
I should know.
As
I was
Optimus
there.
said, freedom is the right of every sentient being.
I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls, felt the...
Alright. I'm gonna go. See y'all.
We're going for emotional... You're going? Okay.
Yep.
Bye.
Yeah.
So we're going for emotional impact, so that would be malevolence. I think. Felt the malevolence that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his torture, was taken into police custody with lacerations, internal taken into police custody with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle which I'm sure any one of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. You gonna let her say that?
He wants me to object during an opening statement.
Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in the morgue. One of them, a police officer, Tariq. Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch! Does somebody else want to be doing angry voices with me?
Hang him up. Hang her too.
This is.
Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom, put on a good show. But that's
And then all of a
because
sudden, 3
we're
shots ring out
on
and
the
nobody says
stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery and I'll clear the entire room.
Huh.
You can all watch the rest on your phones or peek through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-loos. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his associations, or that of the victims can change that fact. So as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you.
Decorate better.
You telling me you've never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something?
Never mind. I suppose it could have gone much worse.
Nah.
You're too kind.
I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo.
Adonai is a master of doing so. I have seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before.
Wow.
In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall.
Oh my god, she's such a weeb.
That is basically correct.
Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on the docket, Sosuke.
What do you mean by that?
Because of who it is, I'm guessing.
Your name and occupation for the record.
Oh!
How could that be necessary? Some blabbering idiot in that courtroom doesn't already know who I am. They don't deserve. I know, but would you consider it if only for the sake of ceremony? Ceremony. It's important it should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto
Wait,
Hikaraya.
I say something.
Hikaria.
Makoto
Yes?
looks like a fucking Harry Potter reject.
I think he looks a bit more like the Goyo Emperor.
I think he looks like Shikanoi Heizo from Genshin Impact.
He kinda
We're all
does!
just using that as an insult.
Alright.
I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student.
I'll be back.
Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie.
Of course, in your position with the Korea Financial Group? It's not salaried. Must I really declare it here?
Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited.
Sasuke, are you alright?
Can he see us?
He can see me, Rockford, and the adjutant. Witnesses tele-testifying don't really need much else.
So he's safe.
Yes, Sosuke, he's safe. Like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him. Or standing on a box. I think the hologram's given him a boost so he can see over the stand.
That's good.
A boost to his height?
That he's safe at home.
I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sasuke.
Don't be. After how horribly I failed him, You are such a puppy, dude.
I'd like you to speak a bit about the events of August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendants, Sasuke Ikaria.
Arya Starlight can't join because only home for a couple hours, then gotta get started work again, and I gotta take my meds and get food and stuff, so wanted to pop in and say hi. No problem, Arya. You take care of yourself first and foremost. Thank you for stopping by, I appreciate it, but please take care of yourself.
I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet.
Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockford raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This'll almost be worth the price of admission alone.
It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events.
Oh, she knows how to push this kid's upbringing.
Upbringing?
She...
I should probably dismiss you so you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies? Like some common wave?
She knows how to push this kid's buttons.
Wave? That's quite the vocab pull. I didn't know they taught that in States Basic.
Oh,
Basic? Was I mistaken? Listen here, Madam Rockford, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do.
Played like a damn fiddle.
why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations?
I only won one against her once.
So far, every hot streak starts somewhere.
She likes turn-based RPGs.
Of course she does. And art museums and amethysts. She dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, and cliques. Flower in the mirror, moon on the water. Her favorite subject is psychology. Exercises by... Subject seems to not hear the question. She doesn't exercise.
She doesn't exercise.
Neri,
What?
What?
I'm back to pulling triple duty.
Hot streak.
I'm sorry!
Learn
It's
back.
fine.
I really am going to prison, aren't I?
Do you want me to take over a character?
No, it's fine. It's funny. Where do I start?
I was kind of hoping we'd still have Icea with us so that she could take one of these roles, but it's fine.
Far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, members of the organization was commonly referred to as the Blue Blood mafia have been making attempts on my life.
Did you steal their lunch money or something?
I'm the primary beneficiary of my grandfather, Daisuke Ikari, as well. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria financial group.
You could buy so much lunch.
Group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. Only the most recent target in their impotent attempts to nip at our heels.
Rip. Get up.
What is it?
Just get up.
And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held at the upper floors of the crane tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down to the canopy access floors. This was planned out in advance
Oh, fuck.
by my head of security, Sasuke Ikaria.
Okay. I have to do 5 push-ups.
But the elevator got stuck, with unnatural timing. When Sasuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the Oh, you skipped through. You're on auto, narrate,
Fuck, stop!
backlog, L.
Okay, go.
Between the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open, with a tool.
Leading the witness, Your Honor.
Didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient.
Help Sosuke out here, kid.
We submit into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod.
Okay, 1 sec. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There, 5 push-ups.
Designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios.
Yes, sir! It is so admitted!
What happened next?
Oh,
The decision was made that we would crawl onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But once Sasuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been... Hardly defenseless. You think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? He had Yoru.
That's what the sword's called.
don't tell me. You named your sword?
Great Souls has names.
Is Varnus gonna do this or should I?
Think maybe you should.
You do it. My throat still hurts.
Alright. Thank you, sir. Very well put.
Let the record show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. The sword has been recovered by the police at no Blue Blood Den in the lower wards. Found impaled onto the body of Tariq Chopin. And the forensics have shown that the only fingerprints on those were those of the defendant.
There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke.
You understand nothing about the swordsman's heart, Adonai.
Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense.
If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two.
So you, Sasuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? When we arrived at the service elevators, Sasuke called them and they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sasuke was there and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sasuke had drawn it in the blink of an eye. Something glanced it off and dropped on. Something glanced off it and dropped on the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrusted into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my wrist.
Ha, he busted his ass.
That's clearly a key piece of testimony.
Shut up, lady.
Let's play it back 5 times.
I am not doing that. My throat hurts.
Yeah, take care of yourself. Oh, you want me to do this line?
Yeah, sure.
What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath.
Onto your butt.
How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing...
I had the sip of tea. I'll be okay.
Okay.
The only other thing I saw was Sasuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator control panel and then the door slammed shut. That was the last time you saw the defendant? The decision was made that I should get on a VTOL as soon as possible. Much of my detail stayed behind to assess what happened. Yes, they were very helpful in building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun.
What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind?
A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor? It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness.
I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained?
Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well.
Yoru. Fingerprints on the weapon match those of victim Creek.
Makoto, did you see the faces of the men who attacked you? Ah, all too clearly. I can tell you every detail of their rough-shod countenances.
Ah! That sounds like a good bit of testimony! Hit it!
What the fuck? This is how this game works.
Apple-headed like man and a raincoat-clad hooligan came at us. They aimed at me, but Sasuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And the man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. Oh, whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it.
Makoto's putting his talents for hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact-check his description in order to get the ball rolling.
This is just
So
repeating
that's
itself.
Tanks and Miller.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then Trey and Creek.
They were trying to take him alive. Non-lethal anesthetics. They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness. Not with non-lethal projectiles.
They find a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much.
Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intent of capturing Makoto alive.
It was that 4 of these cases victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists.
There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him. Using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists? I'm getting confused here.
So is the defense, Your Honor. Matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 Blue Blood victims that he's been accused of murdering.
Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. Emma put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men who attacked them weren't Krieg's pod? I've seen nothing to suggest that they aren't. The descriptions of them were quite clear. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary?
That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found that the control panel was for calling the elevator was on the 61st floor was broken. Bashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors before even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would have been remarkable moderate strength. Did you mash the button that forcefully, Sasuke?
I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time.
He hit the controls hard enough to break them. So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further, and instead elected to take Sosuke captive. A Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush.
Head of Makoto's security
There you
would
go.
surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning future attacks. Were he made to talk? Are you denying that?
No, but I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place?
What are you? Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's...
Mike's not be picking it up on it for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you.
There's no that's not evidence or no testimony and should be stricken from the record.
But we get the idea. So was bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea?
Identify personal security details. Such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, that decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not especially comfortable in enclosed spaces.
What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him?
In part. I'm also trying to insult you.
Eh,
We simply waited, we would remain safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sosie's part per se.
Just an error of judgment.
Counselor Morgan,
What's up? You can disconnect the call if...
ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Soski defended me. Oh, so that's your angle.
We can't all be as naturally gifted at extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But I can follow her example, insult their pride, and these Icaria snap back, as reliable as any knee-jerk reaction. And in Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and the witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic. We ask that the witness testify for the court in more detail about how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers. And I guess the people don't object, even though it seems super extra.
No, the people don't object, Your Honor.
Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something here, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in on the former.
so the needle guy. So, oh.
Med
I'm so
records
sorry.
and the needles.
Outnumbered from the
Sosuke,
beginning.
Sosuke
Oh,
was
sorry.
outnumbered from the beginning, and the... Okay. It didn't matter
I'm not
that
clicking
we...
it.
that we were at... Sosuke took up Yor in both hands and swatted the needles away in the air like a grizzled swatter. He fought off 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury.
Yeah, but now's a bad time. Can you call back?
Mock him if you dare for being captured.
Okay.
That's not a failure, not by any general's definition of the word. Hearing Makoto describe Sasuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time.
Yeah, sorry. When they're giving their testimony, it autoplays, Avis.
That's so annoying.
Yeah, I literally had my hand on my phone. He definitely fought without a care for himself, and there's evidence to show it.
Nah.
Didn't matter.
Wonder if the needle gun wounds count as injury.
Oh shit. Ah, I keep missing it. Without sustaining a single injury. Are you sure about that?
Yeah.
Oh, I got penalized. I took too long. 10 years is no punishment compared to getting called an airhead, but from this adjutant. God damn it. Oh, that was it. Unscathed is the last thing anyone would call my client after the events of that day. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much.
What are you getting at, Counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at Blue Blood's den, not at Crane Tower. The police didn't even find one drop of blood anywhere near that service elevator.
Well, that is a miracle. A bloodless ambush. But the fact that no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened to that elevator panel.
The elevator panel? Ugh.
My client broke half the bones in his left hand, smashing it up.
Did you really?
LRG.
I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time.
Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm?
As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. I panicked, okay?
Do you deny that his medical record clearly shows that his left hand was broken?
Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony.
It is kind of, true. Sosuke's hand getting injured doesn't change what we've learned from this witness. But it does change the evidence you had him identify for the court.
The katana? Yoru.
Good.
Its name is Yoru. We get it.
Okay.
Kodo's
let's look at that
testimony.
then.
It is evidence now.
Oh, Emma's getting tired of these weeps. Did you have a point to make, Counselor?
There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely the swords. The prints on it?
That's the only thing.
Or the
that makes-
blood. Like if
Well,
it
the
was
blood on it is from the blade.
yeah, but the
My
because like
money's...
where the blood would have splattered. It's one or the other, anyway.
Blood or prints?
Well, the blood is pretty easily explained except for the cops. Because we now know that his blood is also on it. We can explain the other stuff away. I'm not sure.
Namely the fingerprints that were found on the sword's handle. Fingerprints belonging to Sosuke's right
So it's
hand.
his right hand, exactly.
You're contradicting yourself, Counselor. We already discussed how it was your client's left hand that he broke closing off the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade.
It can be like this because Sosuke has two hands. The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of the crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. Despite the fact that this witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging it with both hands. Like a graceful swat. Oh, that's you, that's you, Sarah.
Like a graceful swatter, specifically.
Oh yeah, he did say that! So did the little tyke misremember?
It was a chaotic situation where he feared for his life. The court should hardly expect him to keep track of such an inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers of recollection?
Her tactics from earlier backfired.
have you know I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour.
Damn. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later.
Oh gosh.
It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor. Because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Makoto testified that Sosuke wielded Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded this katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up, held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say, while he was unconscious, he was moved. And so the sword we have in the record must have also been handled by... Creek. Oh, wait. We didn't do this at all last time.
Oh.
Get ourselves more chips. Our poor victim, Creek, of course. What do you mean? Sosuke was not knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means someone else must have brought his sword down to the lower wards. And the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors.
You mean his victims? Withdrawn.
Withdrawn is a term where they say, I didn't say that. Essentially.
The defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor.
She withdrew it without even an objection.
There was more than one way to hold the sword.
Oh, worm?
Teaching word.
In case the defense needs it clarified. We could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. No, he couldn't have.
Like there was
No.
But
one.
there
No,
was no scabbard.
Because, because he used the scabbard to
Push.
get Makoto out.
That's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Your sheet was thrust into my arms, pushing back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear.
Gonna have to go now. See ya.
Okay, bye-bye.
Okay. Later.
I see. And since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it's tasted blood... Yes, Your Honor, very well said. We could have found the scabbard at the Blue Blood's den if Creek or his men had taken it with him.
I'm gonna get going too. See y'all.
Alright. See you later, bud.
Bye-bye, Varn Varn. Oh, I gotta shrink you down now. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. You think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police? Of course I did! As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoru's sheath. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake with how the evidence was handled? There's no mistake here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client.
Uh-oh.
By putting his fingerprints onto that sword after the real culprit had already handled it.
What a load of bullshit.
And the crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did did wipe that katana's handle down after removing it from Trey's throat. Sosuke just happens to be foolish enough to pick it up himself afterwards. It's frustrating having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. But the look on Emma's face when I do get to toss them out is... The people are more than ready to counter if it pleases the court. This is new music for her! The defense is
Oh, she did it
admirable.
now.
What is this Castlevania-ass theme?
I don't know, but the OST for this game is crazy.
The defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable but predictable. But the Foundation this week, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the fair to House of Carter, known to be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and interrupted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted. Meaning they needed exactly. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail may be foreign concepts to the defense. They should at least be able to recognize them.
This sounds villainous.
So, is the defense seriously suggesting that after all that preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you put it so nicely.
We've met them, they were all kind of stupid.
Oh shit,
What?
they weren't wearing gloves.
No, they weren't. As I said,
The answer's right there on the card. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Creek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is... a pretty good point, actually. Guess those guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots. As if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. Along with any future comments that suggest the Icaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking a plain truth. Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints onto Yoru. Unless the sword... Oh, that's you.
unless the sword was indeed wiped down at some point afterwards.
Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just
Her
that,
chest
Your
looks like it
Honor.
has a face on it.
It's just that, Your Honor. A theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presuppositions upon each other. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that the Blue Bloods had successfully taken down the Icaria's head of security. And we already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive, despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense has belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of their crime.
Useless.
If we ask why, the answer is obvious, because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy, and what is there to do with a trophy other than to polish it?
Greek never polished it, though.
The cloth from Creek's desk. I knew she flagged it in the arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead? The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took it up as his murder weapon, by the very same victims he'd go on to claim with it. That is a completely logical explanation, damn it. How do we respond to that, Adonai? We check. We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So, does that mean she's described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off of every other. Right. If I can't find fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed, because his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true. They did have good reason to wipe off the sword. That's not the murder weapon I'm referring to.
You referring to Tanks' gun?
This gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. I wasn't sure because it said that Tanks' left hand prints were on it, but his left hand was broken. What?
Right. And technically, the gun was used to kill 2 of them.
The police are confident that this Mag US is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person, and it has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The record shows that only Sosuke's are the fingerprints on that doohickey. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun? It's entirely possible that Tanks simply liked to polish his gun too.
Oh.
Phrasing. So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captors grabbed it and used it against it. More phrasing. Was this before or after his internal bleeding that my clients took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? Before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle? They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest. How'd he get into a struggle and get not so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defense has no more questions for this, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on. What are you saying? Okie dokie then. Closing the connection. I said wait, is Sosuke... Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over?
I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes.
Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do.
You of all people should understand that the house doesn't have to appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your account is always preferable to a smudge staining your reputation. Good Lord, Sasuke.
But he did testify.
Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more family elders to do so. You should not be incurring debts for my sake.
So he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him?
He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. Oh, brother.
Yumi Sato, medical examiner. Yumi! Sarah!
Yay.
Dr. Sato, we're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Medical examiner. Brushed metal, grilled fish, and cardamom. Dislikes frame interpolation, split ends, and surveys. Splurges on live show tickets.
Show tickets.
Her
Who does
fav-
that sound like to you?
What?
Who does that sound like to you?
Splurges on live
Splurges
show
on
tickets?
live show tickets?
Lexi?
Yep.
You splurge on live show tickets, babe. You splurge on live show tickets.
Define splurge. Because I would define splurging like when we saw MCR. I'd never spend that much money again on show tickets.
And they were worth every cent.
I'd never want to spend that much money again because I mean I just got myself a ticket to go see Jonathan Richman and that was like $40,
Yeah.
which is very reasonable.
Yeah.
Dallas Green.
Phew. Yeah. 5 bodies, all high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every single grisly detail. But if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim and the manner of death and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Ankur Tan, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working, and they did monitor his heart rate. Tanks' heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. The cause of death was...
Hey, Morgan. I'm dead.
The slug had a hollow design, intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Mag US, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Next up is Sungmin Trey Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they show his heart stopping at 9:45 p.m. He died from exsanguination, blood loss, resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull saw no evil.
And she didn't even really need to do that.
Heavens Miller Smiles received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exacerbating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but had evidently gone to great lengths to remove all monitoring tech from them. And he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Even though I killed him third and he was the second to die. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like Tanks, Lakers Creek Kristoff was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Creek would have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. So he was barely modded, and he stayed conscious that whole time anyway? But we do have one other context clue to work with. So we got Trey's, Tanks, Miller's, and Creek's autopsies in evidence now. This datapad was found very close to Creek's body, and technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. And we found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card translation that failed at 9:44 p.m. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel, or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. As if the datapad was suddenly dropped? Speculation? How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough! Chip, swipe, pin, tap! Just let me buy the damn balloon animal, you clown!
What the?
This is why I love her. So, taking that digital evidence into account, Creek must have been shot almost at the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes?
Ugh.
Officer Tariq Chopin. I don't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suit of police-issued biomonitors. So, we know that Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 p.m. triggering an automatic 10999 alert. Officer down. Lighting up that crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running, royally pissed and safety's off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. To summarize, then, we can conclude that Tanks's gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat before slicing into Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard they shattered a baseball bat, as Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. And that's all correct as far as we understand it. So now Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury, putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprit's starting position. Sato established where in the room the killings had to have started.
Oh, you also
Correct.
got Chopin's autopsy report there
Oh, we do?
in your evidence. Yeah.
Yeah. Penetrative cardiac wound posterior. His death was instantaneous. Externally it mounted biomonitor reported cardiac activity cessation at 10:14:04 p.m.
Bwah!
I'm trying to read dialogue, babe. Babe, you're probably interfering with my face tracking. I don't... Because Creek and Tanks died first, they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk. And not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. Check. Yes? In abundance of DNA evidence, establish it is that the defendant was indeed held in the other room, but clearly he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, and dragged him out to the front of the desk, where Tanks's gun would be within reach. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary? A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held. Can't exactly propose that the real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. But clearly they had to cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sosuke?
I'm not positive, of course. But my body is telling me that I was held in that room from the time I woke up until I got myself free.
Emma's theory about the Blue Bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect, but it's still a theory. I didn't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. You've developed a habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. That made us sound very feeble?
Why do I have to get roped in?
Emma's already established a timeline and an order of events. I could pick at the details, but she's close enough to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand about every death except Chopin. In his case, Emma and I are on even footing. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? The murder weapons? Because we used the knife. Right, the murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's gotta be a way I can use that information to my advantage here, without revealing that I have it, or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr. Sato, you visited all five... Sorry, brain farts. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. Have not. Photos and other ARCS data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work? Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scenes, the ARCS would show it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. Harrow! 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 I'm sorry, a cat is crawling all over my desk.
What you thinking?
2 individuals suffered gunshot wounds. We found that both matched the MAG US firearm that's been entered into evidence. I did. Shrapnel is by nature unpredictable, but the scale of destruction does make it pretty hard to mistake it for anything else. Didn't exactly learn anything new there.
What do you think?
Isn't it possible that the shrapnel was already in their bodies before the crime took place? Like, as a pre-existing condition? I mean, no. Oh, I busted. I made a mistake.
Mary goodness.
I saw the tracks each piece of metal left as it tore its way through them. Oh, very good. Very good. Your Honor, might you ask the defense to not ask questions that are both gory and completely irrelevant? I'll add it to the list. Great, she has a list.
Well, if it's not the gunshots, well, we're talking about the knife. So it would have to be...
Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with a blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed, and blood found on his hand suggests that he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed onto the floor, dead. Miller wouldn't have lost as much blood at the moment his neck was punctured for that kind of wound. The weapon acts as a stopper. But once that stopper was removed, he would have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck, if it was there for more than a second, he too would have reflexively reached up, presumably to grab the blade. Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it. Because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hands reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with the katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart, killing him. There was massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wound in question was agitated, I suppose I'd say. Harrow! What do you mean agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement, the blade was moved around inside the wound, as if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. London mentioned that Sato found this wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck, that's interesting.
And if it were someone competent with a katana, they would know not to move it around like that.
Two individuals suffered. We saw this already. Stay.
Saw that already too. So repress about the gunshot wounds and...
But then I'll bust.
Not if you choose the right option. No, we're supposed to stay there.
Yes, see, I busted.
Then that's because, again, see if staying there gives you any more dialogue.
It didn't. I did both.
No, you pressed twice.
So watch. I hit stay, and nothing.
Okay.
I'm stuck.
So...
I'm stuck.
Hold on. That's new.
I have to press.
Does the katana fit the puncture?
Hold on. Shit, I was skipping through it. Have you ever seen a stab wound like the one that killed Miller inflicted by a long blade, and wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss? No, I can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is
There we
slightly
go.
smaller than I would expect for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match for Miller. Damn it, just because I happened to drag it across the floor, Miller's blood had dripped. And of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when I say I found that very enlightening.
Have what you need. Blackjack.
God, yeah, I made multiple mistakes there. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body showed no signs of being moved. I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Huh? Well, if Chopin was in the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught in the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely you examined the wound inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms, if need be. If you had seen, you'd see that there's a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Mr. Chopin's wound. How did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? I'm saying that the sword got stuck on the floor. That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? Couldn't have? I guess it's
Yeah,
possible.
oh.
And we don't have anything to... I don't necessarily disagree, no. If Chopin was impaled, then fell face first, it makes perfect sense for the sword to get caught in the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So, we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Are you asking me? Sort of, asking the room, I guess? Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we can consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword. That doesn't square with this piece of evidence.
Do we know which one it is?
Left hand broken. Right hand prints. The prints are Sosuke's left hand, but his left hand was broken. I was wondering about that. How would he have squeezed the trigger? The Mag US. Oh shit, I should be saving. I forgot to up the How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the Mag US? Ch! That oddity is hardly impossible to explain.
But their evidence suggests that Sosuke shot the two first. He couldn't have done that with a broken hand.
We've already determined that the Mad US was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely would have rendered his left useless. Ugh, that's... It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke?
Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless.
Is that why Yakuza would offer to cut off fingers as a recompense for offenses?
That's right, Sarah. In fact...
Cut the chatter and save the history lesson. He had to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless? Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve this sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on the katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are these prints a match for?
The left hand.
Let me just give it a quick think here as I meticulously
Hello, motherfucker.
analyze the position of each finger. Oh! Fire-filled Heike. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the crime family. Thank you, thank you. If you don't know me, I'm Naria Care, criminal cat girl extraordinaire. I mean, you probably know me, but we are playing some of the devil. Thank you so much for the follow. A normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't it easier just to say he held it like normal? If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, that would mean he held the handle like that, even as he tried to jostle the blade free from the floor it was impaled in. Which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. I sound like a cat pretending to be human? Meow, meow, meow. Well, probably because I am a cat. Meow, meow, meow. Chopin's... Oh, that's you.
Oh yeah, Chopin's partner.
Very, very well. Then let us summon to the stand. No, name not found. What?
What?
Is that a family or given name? What? Yeah, I got one. Big ol' error right here, and it's a classic. Witness not found. Literally. He ain't here. What? He's had hours to get here. Where the hell could he possibly be? Her star witness is a no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting the jackpot on the world's sketchiest slot machine.
So in other words, both.
Feels good, but you get the feeling that the staff is going to make you pay for it. That idiotic. Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself. Right about now. Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple. The defense has failed to refute them.
wrong, or does this not sound like a villain theme?
It does. Thus the people call for summary judgment. Defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He is the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested, standing over the body of a dead cat, before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That was
Reyes in
Reyes
London.
Reyes in London she's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. As amateur, and I'd be lying if I said it wasn't entertaining. That's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flake, and it's caused her to overstep. She's just fired off a lot of flames in a quick succession. Which is this one? Where do I counterattack?
Well,
There was one other suspect.
mm-mm.
She just claimed that Sosuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only other person there that night. And there's evidence to show it.
The dark card with your prints on it.
Oh,
Well, you didn't
let's
have your prints.
max
Wait,
it out.
Let's see. Okay.
What is that? The dark card found lodged into Creek's datapad? That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Creek's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using this dark card, but whatever for? Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime. Oh crap, yeah, almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? That's true. Blue Fire does have the highest temperature. I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a Blue Blood stronghold. Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly canceled if tensions boiled over. A potential buyer would likely have been across the desk from Creek. The same spot in the room that we've established the killer must have started their rampage from. Cute idea, counselor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using that datapad before he died. We know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the same time. For some reason, you made the assumption that he was selling. And the simplest explanation is that he was buying, using the dark card that he owned. The dark card belongs to Creek? How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. It was wiped of all prints.
Yeah, no prints.
Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek, despite the fact that it has no fingerprints on it either. We got another new music theme. If that dark card belongs to Creek, he would have had to insert it into his data pad with his teeth. Yeah! So who did the dark card belong to? Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints off the card to hide the fact that they were ever there. It's absurd. The customer brought that dark card with them to the crime scene. Why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? It was stuck in the data pad. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the data pad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner, to whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? The answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiation tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? What are you? This customer could afford a dark card! And yet, they couldn't pay. Hold on, we're trying to say that all these deaths, all this carnage, you think it's all because their card got declined? Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. I know, I've been there. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bill is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix... Was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being unsold.
But
it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've heard. What? Court is now in recess. I will go on the monkey bars. Because she's so tall, she just doesn't even have to, like, swing from them. She just walks along them. She probably doesn't even have to stretch her arms out to climb the monkey bars. She's just...
How do you think the Ace Attorney judge would react?
Babe, I'm being stalked.
To,
Yeah, to Addie.
She's trans, too. She's a robot. AD is a robot.
Yeah, 80.
So, Aurea Holdings is not part of House Icaria?
No, it is. House Icaria is comprised of the literal Icaria family, the Icaria Financial Group, and Aurea Holdings. But each of those parts is a separate identity from the others.
That is very confusing.
No, well, yes, it can be confusing. But it protects us.
Protects the IFG?
No, protects the house from itself.
If everyone in the Icaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Icaria family, that'd be much simpler.
I know it'd be simpler, but that's...
Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting?
Are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man.
Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head, and cuffed you.
If you say so. I told you I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room.
All robots are trans. Oh my god, is Sarah literally David's... Is David Asher an egg, and Sarah is like his preferred self?
Oh my god.
I could see it.
That makes... The weird part is that makes sense.
Chime in at any time. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers? You find his socials or something? I've found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some men at the top of some stairs. Right now? What's the headline? City council members thank heroic officer for his service. Oh, well, that makes sense.
How can it?
Emma's outranked. If politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have the pull to go against them.
Are Officer Chopin's parents there?
Yes, both of his fathers were present. Adoptive fathers.
Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they're his parents and their pain is real. Thank you, Sosuke.
Of course. But that pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes.
I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. But that doesn't make it right.
Taking a life?
Parents having to outlive their children.
And here I thought you'd be all about filial pity, piety. You telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch Daisuke?
Of course I would.
And force him to outlive his son? How could you?
Adopted son. From a branch family.
Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself?
Daisuke Ikaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, a seat of honor.
A subservient seat.
All seats are subservient.
Anarchist, adopted queer, closeted trans / gay are on scene. Which is which?
Yeah, which is which? Wait, which is no seriously?
Which is which? Fire? Can I call you Fire or Heike? Seems like a reference to something, but I forgot. So, I don't know. Left to right. Anarchist? Fiery. Okay. Adopted queer. I mean, yes, that's accurate. And closeted trans gay. Trans slash gay.
I can see Sosuke being an egg. That is the crazy part of that.
Yeah. Morgan is a so we've got serial killer lawyer, adopted
Who is-
android daughter, and Hanzo Overwatch.
But also that one guy from Cyberpunk.
Takamura, yeah.
Yeah.
I want honor. I demand honor.
Okay, now you're starting to sound like Prince Zuko there, Sosuke.
Sarah's an android.
Yes,
Not
but she
the
is
one at
also the
top.
baby.
I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke. Ah! No! No boobs. No boobs. No. Stop.
Retaliation for the fall of the leaves.
Quite the dignified way to remember the Ikaria killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left the blue bloods incapable of counterattacking.
Very nearly so.
My girlfriend came over and decided to boop my snoot.
Which does actually get a visceral reaction out of Mary.
I do have some nice boobs, though. Hold on, let me, just really quickly. Let me just, Here. I got jiggle physics. Shuka, 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 shuka.
Goodness.
Kinda stiff right now. Oh, it's because my microphone's in the way. But yeah, when I shake my head, when I just shake, my titties go jiggle. Meow. Meow. Okay. Let's get on with the game. Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke? Yeah, my model is pretty stiff.
Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act.
No way out, huh? But yeah. Meow, meow. No. By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it.
Who told you that?
She said her name was Mireille. Who is she?
A powerful member of the house, on the side of Aurea.
Slow down, Loose Lips. I didn't ask for her whole life story.
What? Oh, sarcasm. Sorry, I'm just surprised. Surprised that she would take a personal interest in the outcome of this affair.
So did that message mean anything to you?
I'm not sure.
You're a terrifically helpful client, you know that?
I have head trauma. There's something you should know about me. About the Hound of Ikaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or head of security. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The Hound of Ikaria is the house's personal assassin.
What happens to the House of Ikaria being refined? Elevated above their criminal past?
The house is elevated. That status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably.
Undeniably.
What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it's from.
You kill so that the other houses in the Neobility know it was the Hound?
But can't prove that House Sicario was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally, and their humiliation at being outplayed, ensures
I'm being
the
squeezed.
stay out of the papers.
Here, kiss. Love you, babe. I was hugged and kissed. So
So
the
to put it in-
entire police force can descend in a jaywalker caught by a reflection off the dash cam. But the Neobility gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief, flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. So all that talk about of you being Makoto's head of security, that was...
All true. I am. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. But I have always been the dog that House Sicaria has in them.
Did your courier business dry up?
Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role.
And what you said about guarding the previous heir? Waving your katana around as soon as you could walk?
The circumstances were different then, true.
Why tell me now?
Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed it.
No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison, since you won't help me win this case. But what happened in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet? Adonai.
Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider, in over their head who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I still think you're an outsider in over their head, but I now think you could stay afloat with a lifeline.
Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me.
I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer.
I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier. And I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things, since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world, and they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikaria?
No, Sarah.
But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist.
Bullets are very fast.
That is true.
I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming.
Tell me more.
Nerds,
So you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene?
That's correct, ma'am. When the 10999 went out, my partner and I were already relatively center city. We were within jogging distance of the site after an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot.
Rogers still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust the reshuffled docket. I assume he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted.
We arrived on the premises at 10:21 p.m.
Okay.
At 10:27, we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect.
What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit!
We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect, is what I meant. His hands were shaking.
Your witness, counselor. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all of this yesterday. But complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with the defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He didn't hesitate to show me his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he got left to hide? Hey, Kasetsu. How'd you clear the building? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building?
I took point, my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was tense searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs.
You don't need to, Kasetsu, but you can if you want. You were still searching for suspects, even though there was a 10999 on the 3rd floor.
Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, counselor. We weren't gonna run upstairs to try and defibrillate.
How was that report made?
Over comms around 10:17 p.m.
Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 10999?
One of several valid approaches the department advises in critical scenarios.
Both of the robots in this game are girls, so I don't think so. Did you ever lose sight of your partner?
I might have.
So she must have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor. If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor, just grade school logic. Overruled. Spill the deeds, witness.
Yes. Me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. More than a minute, I'd say.
Interesting. Dumb question, detective, but did you have your body camera on?
Officers aren't required to turn on body cameras when responding to emergencies, counselor. And detectives aren't required to wear body cams at all.
Like I said, dumb question. By any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules?
Matter of fact, I believe she did.
Oh, and the playback stuff. Right. So, of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of the crime, only one of them thought to turn their body cam on. It's
It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on, as it had broken earlier in the week.
And Tariq Chopin?
I don't know why he didn't have his on.
Does Emma know? Does Officer Rogers? Thank you for giving Thank you for giving us all of that to chew on, Detective London.
Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful.
No, I mean it.
Blackjack.
I'm especially interested to hear how you described my client. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review that footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mugshot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor.
Really? What is she doing now?
The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked their questions. Adonai just had the chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness.
So it isn't just one for them and one for us.
More like an eye for an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just stalling? Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Icaria? She's not stalling. Approach, Your Honor. Wait, do I finally get to say the line? Hold on, this is happening too fast. Ahem, okay. Oh, so your approach, and they're already here.
Did you just JoJo ref? Oh.
She...
You can't see my face. But I can see you.
This Hound of Icaria is obviously some kind of case file that the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crimes, is there a big difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the Organized Crimes Unit. He what? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? I hate to admit it, but I think I need spoilers as well. If you ask him about this, what's he gonna say? But the Hound of Icaria is an assassin who leaves calling cards at each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceived enemies without shame. And the lead suspect in those cases is a man around Sosuke's age and height, with gray-blue hair, a modded spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sosuke, you vain son of a bitch. You got made with your shirt off? Bless you. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to. If organized crimes wanted to arrest Sosuke, they should have done so already. He's on trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has once again claimed their client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. But the police believe that he's in fact the deadliest soldier that the Icaria have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Ugh, girls fighting. Meow. But obeying the legal precedent. But the tension, the human drama. He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me the chance to object to the evidence? Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds, and I'll have my client served up a mistrial before the day's through. And some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the rest of the fun. I've severed the jury's feed for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling on this testimony's inclusion. But, Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such a time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made! Thank you, Your Honor.
What just happened?
The jury's going to take a bathroom break. Emma will get to ask some of her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So we aren't any worse off? Sosuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery's filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us all with tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that, don't worry, Sosuke. They can't do anything to you here.
Because we're in a court. I won't spend the rest of my life in this room, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't.
Detective London, if you would, please testify as to the... Oh, for real? Your Honor?
What now?
Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you made you look dumb? Yes? He's finally here. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at this time.
Really? But
The redirect fizzles out. Counselor, you want to snap it up? No, Your Honor. Dang, Detective London! Nobody wants to talk to your ass! Miss Rockford let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in the courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance of victory. If the jury wouldn't hear it either way, and she has no need to stall for time, she won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. So if you hadn't fought against that redirect up to the very last moment...
bullet caught, huh?
Yeah, nothing impressive about putting my arm between the gun and my... heart? I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker somehow.
You think Sarah's starting to put two and two together?
Maybe. There he is. The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the Hound of Icaria and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favored son, Tariq Chopin.
Boy, you look like a Patrol Officer Rogers reporting for duty.
You don't have to say that.
Sorry, then just, reporting for duty?
Name and occupation.
Patrol Officer Huey Rogers. Occupation, Patrol Officer. He actually looks like Don Knotts, oh my god.
A little bit. He likes saltwater, rosemary, and graffiti art. Dislikes sand, marshmallows, and the lottery. Can't stand mice, and he's easily upset.
His balance is easily upset. Means he's clumsy.
I think he's the killer.
Oh yeah. Maybe not even on purpose.
Okay.
Former partner of Tariq Chopin.
That's like a very Japanese thing. But she is
Now,
a
do-
serial killer, so I wouldn't put it past her.
Also, Huey, do you mean partner or partner? Apologies for earlier.
It's fine. The court understands the city council had need of you.
When I said my name wrong, I mean, won't happen again.
And your tardiness?
That's a slur, ma'am. What's that?
Being hours late to this trial.
Did I not set a reminder? Oh my god, you're hopeless.
Does seeing him here in the flesh jog your memory at all?
No, not at all.
I'd think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. You must have sustained quite the concussion then. As an appetizer, from what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers?
Right, from where?
The start.
Oh, well, it was a pretty boring, normal night. Me and Chopin were just driving our route, windows down. It was always getting car sick if the windows weren't down. Then around 9:45 or so, we heard shots fired. So off we went.
What does that mean?
Well, shots echoed down in the lower ward, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. But my partner was confident it'd have something to do with the Blue Bloods. That area is a known hotspot. As we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it.
Oh, thank you for the head pads, Fiery. Thank you.
We got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down and no one wanted anything to do with it. From the front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. Then my partner shot clean through the door handle.
Chopin was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues. Suppose context clues are most of what I use to find the place too, but it's in the back of the throat. You just kind of like, it's like, so to purr, it's like an R, and then you just kind of roll your R's in the back of your throat, like, and then you just like a Wookiee noise, like, and then you just like sort of elevate it like like that, back of the throat. I am trying to get work as a voice actress. So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked?
Yeah, and so we had strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point. My partner, he was already convinced the place was dead empty. Or he was convinced the place was dead empty already. So he was moving a good bit faster than me right up until we got to the second floor and...
I'm sorry, Fiery. Oh, yeah, it can be rough when you're sick. There was definitely something going around, because Varnus and Iceer were both sick.
the whole birdcage has it. We heard a loud slam.
A slam? What kind of slam? Like, slam! Come on and slam! And welcome to the jam!
Ma'am, I don't get the reference you're making.
Or salam? Or like, slam?
I don't know. It was loud though. As Chapon gets all deadly serious, insists I stay, he goes ahead. Up to the third floor. After a bit, he yells down at me saying everybody's dead and I should come join him. And at that point, I about shit myself. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put two and two together when I saw that man there standing over him.
Let the record show that the witness has finally identified the defendant. If you heard a noise at a crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? To prevent escape. That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions? With more speculation? With some helpful theorizing? Capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind. And the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it'd let them catch an escaping suspect. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He'd only think a suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was...
What you thinking?
The dumpster made a loud slam. Remember when Christina London slammed it?
Yeah.
A noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there.
Hey now, left my ears ringing too, you know.
What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? 1963, 172 minutes. The only way to get from the third floor to the street without going past the two cops clearing the building would be going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken, so no one could climb up it. But anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Oh, yeah! I can kinda see it. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Were the boot prints on top of the dumpster? Were there boot prints on top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Well, that's... No, of course not. So there's no proof, no reason at all to think anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it, that's... I got nothing. Even if there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing culprit. Adonai? I'm thinking. I know. But might this not possibly be the time for you to stop thinking? And instead, flip the go board like you've told me to do before? You're horribly misquoting me. But Miss says that there's no proof anyone fled the crime scene. But if there was proof, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in the room when the police first arrived, but not there when the police got to the third floor. They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. And they couldn't have taken the fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I was sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. And I can't testify to that. The one time I know the truth and want to get it out. But I can't admit that without screwing myself over. Adonai, any luck? Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. Then the witness may continue. Please do. But rewind a bit first if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. He'll gladly recount every minutiae for us, line by line.
Like, every detail?
Especially the irrelevant ones!
Sure, yes, sir.
I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through his whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes.
It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot. I had to find the building dead quiet. The door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So Shapan shot off the log through the handle and we entered. Followed by some kind of loud music up the stairs, then there was a slam, my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body.
Something stand out to you, Adonai? Yeah, my ears pricked up a bit. The saying is perked up, is it not? What? Let me focus.
Turned the sound system. Well, the sound system was going. Not dead quiet, though.
Wanna
Because the
bet?
sound system was going, so it wouldn't have been dead quiet.
How could you have arrived to find the place dead quiet when there was a sound system blaring on the top floor? The witness must not have heard the sound system. This is a
Is the
noisy
witness deaf?
scene, even in the lower wards. But he did hear the music. He described it in his testimony just now.
Followed by some kind of loud music up the stairs.
So the building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear music from the first floor.
Well, yeah, I heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside.
Only after you stepped inside?
Yeah, sturdy door, I guess.
The windows.
Right.
Your Honor, the witness has established the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound.
But it blocked out, like, all the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. You just screwed up the entire point you were trying to make.
And she knows it. The scene of the crime was a known Blue Blood property, yes? A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as I understand it. They must have made a number of modifications to the premises. That front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Check. Maybe they redid the windows, too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. That building has been thoroughly soundproof. That building has been thoroughly soundproofed, Your Honor. You think the building was soundproofed? I know it was. I experienced it myself. Stepping out of the lower wards and into its dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? But perhaps, but that wouldn't explain the building being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Counselor. Asking the court to accept that the building happens to be soundproofed is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it. Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open, he might have merely neglected to mention that he heard music at the time.
Huh? Music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right?
Ugh. Fast on the uptake, this one.
He keeps doing it.
I'm looking at the arcs from every angle I can, rotating cubes in my mind as fast as my programming will allow. And I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first. Once you've got one spinning consistently... Yes, Your Honor, the windows were found open. It's a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived, but open by the time Rogers got to the third floor. That means someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor. You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics that intense, Counselor. You claim that the windows were originally closed and only opened at the last moment as some mystery individual fled down the alley. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot. And we can see where his blood landed on the sides of the windows that face into the rooms when open. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. Your theory is flawed. A far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows that at the time of the murders, the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open.
Wasn't there a trick to the windows, like they opened lower than normal, like they had handles near the bottom?
Emma is the prosecution. It's her job to be bold. Her logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn it with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her case. Thanks for taking your advice about taking full advantage of arcs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting the crime scene in person. Like, she is really, really being cocky. They're both being really cocky. What? Helps keep you from getting flipped around. Blood across the windows. Fingerprints on hands. Soundproofed. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows as if they swing open?
Oh shit, I was right?
You were right. I should listen to you more often. What are you talking about? We noticed that too when Morgan killed 4 out of the 5 victims in this case. That the windows were closed and they were open when we visited the crime scene next. What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at that should tell you which side of the glass faces indoors. Funny, wasn't that in the arcs?
It wasn't.
Oh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. So if the windows only slide parallel to the walls,
It wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side.
pretty color palette and good name, Mao. I sleep. Meow. Thank you. You taking off for the night? I'm probably gonna end when this day's trial ends. Hey! I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least, not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean, lined up? The blood splatter! I'm working on becoming a voice actor, Pink Lemonade. Looks a lot nicer now, doesn't it? Yes, thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. But it's gotten us all on the same page. we can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Creek was shot at the very least. Yes, the one they were next opened is something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if this ARCS data could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof.
I doubt the ARCs could simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to
waste the court's time. Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor, but even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music, that doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. The devil's proof. Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading. She's effectively conceded that the windows were soundproof. But she's also shifted tactics, and it's a formation I don't recognize. As to be expected, in general. I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. So how about a little misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the devil's proof is that it's always on our side. The side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers the world around. The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the devil so infuriating for the prosecution. The people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but all we need is a shadow of a doubt, right? To overturn 5 dead bodies, the testimonies of 3 cops, and a room soaked to the floorboards in forensic evidence. Yeah.
Then you lost your mind. Are you trying to piss off everyone here?
Yes, actually, I am. Yes. Come on, you don't hate my theory that much, do you? Warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. At the time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. And at the moment Creek was shot, we can be certain the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are the facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept these as the facts, one part of Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense.
Which is?
Why is that the first one? Chopin destroyed the lock. On second floor, Chopin heard noise. On the third, stayed on the second, heard the thud, and Chopin impaled. So,
What you thinking?
they're alerted by the sounds in the lower wards. Chopin shoots the door. Chopin heard the noise. Chopin went to the third floor. Rogers stayed on the second floor. Rogers heard the thump from above on the third floor and ran up and found Chopin stabbed in the back with the katana, died instantly. Gunshots headed towards the... Wait. Wait!
What?
If it was soundproofed, they wouldn't have
Would've
heard
been
the
able to hear all the
gunshots!
sound.
Bro! How could these two officers have set off in response to the sound of gunshots if the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired? Now you go there? Oh crap, yeah.
Wait, excuse me. What are you talking about?
It's the very first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible?
But he said it. He said it. Even on the radio, he called that in.
True enough, I can see it right here in the police network's database. 9:45 p.m. Officer Tariq Chopin reports shots fired. So he did, and since we can't ask him to testify, we'll just have to take him at his word.
You can report shots fired without hearing it.
But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself?
Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so...
That's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network?
Well, one report's usually sufficient.
But confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers?
I never heard any gunshots. Which means nobody heard any at all.
Hang on, are you really... So you never heard a peep, but your partner... He somehow managed to waltz you both over to exactly where 4 vicious murders had been committed before anyone else got there.
I just drove where he pointed, so...
Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon? I said, but don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now? Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here and I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I'm just confused is all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was...
directed there.
Unless he was asked to come there directly. Oh, like he got an Evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call from the Blue Bloods.
Tumult. Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason?
No. Well, the first time we met, she did technically... Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. The gallery is pretty poorly behaved, too. You gonna rein this in, or should I? Allow me. Tariq Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into their building in order to enter. You have the gall to claim he answered a distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever sent. True. That's all you have to say about after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? Can't sleep, gun stop, meow. It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen, and by all accounts, a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with the Blue Bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you?
Where is she going with that?
It can't be helium fuel. I don't see how that,
Wait, he is in a political position, being the son of 2 politicians.
You think ballot measures?
I have no idea. I can't narrow it down.
I'll try it, but I'm not confident. Officer Chopin would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, counselor, his family is very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parent?
Oh my shit!
LRB, do you have an answer guide?
No, I do not.
I only put that one down because you said it.
I do not have an answer guide. To my knowledge, they don't exist.
What? Sidebar for a moment. What? How are you all thinking about voting? Oh, don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you... Sorry, on the ballot measures specifically.
Huh?
Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the... Funding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Projects. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them, and of course, the mother of all paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require.
Wait a minute. You mean... You...
Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but... Who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492?
Chopin's.
Chopin's parents. Hey, Agent Ness, how are you? One last question. Less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known blue blood property. So why was this filmed? The dark card, known only to rich criminals. That. I am gonna save, because I'm not too
Well,
sure.
Creek's data pad would make sense because he's a blue blood.
Yeah, so it can't be that.
The dark card would also make sense because you were there.
Well, but it's only known to rich criminals. The needles would make sense.
Would make sense because they're blue blood tech.
The red ink? Maybe it's between the red ink and the dark card. What are we thinking?
Damn. Only known to rich criminals. The blue bloods aren't necessarily rich right now.
We did establish that there must have been a buyer.
Correct.
with the dark card. How is it that the dark card got there in the first place? We don't know, because it's been wiped of all prints. Are you suggesting Officer Chopin brought it? He might have, right? He would have had to have done so with his teeth then.
Oh, if it's
don't you
not
think?
that.
Okay, let me... It's not the dark card. Right. Look, there's a connection between Chopin and the Blue Bloods, and we have evidence of it with us here today. Why was this found at the scene of the crime, a known Blue Blood stronghold? So if it's
The
not
Redding?
the dark card, it can only be one other thing.
The Redding. Which sounds like it would be Rust Tech.
Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now. But you can still make a reference to
492.
P492, right? I forgot about that! I'm a Dumbo! That struck me as odd. Meow, meow.
Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean
Even the police can't keep a crime scene secure down there
Unless they're willing to play ball.
ball with the Blues.
it'd have to get past the Blue Bloods.
Or through them with open arms and firm handshakes.
Just what are you trying to say? That you're a rat, Rogers?
Counselor Morgan, if you... Sorry, wasn't sure I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like... Patrol Officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. So he wasn't as honest and straight-laced of a cop as we thought.
Nope.
Uh-oh.
Gekido. She said it.
She said that?
What did you just say?
Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night when we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots. Gah! It is a bit of a pickle. What have you got for us, witness?
What? I don't know. He had good ears or something. Or good intuition or whatever.
Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by a CI that he neglected to inform his partner about.
Hey, Chopin wasn't...
A patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner?
Wasn't what, Rogers?
That sounds horribly corrupt. And you called my comments inflammatory?
Corrupt? You got brass, alright. That's real rich coming from a mob warrior defending the Hound of Icaria.
Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness's last statement was a regrettable slip of the
Whoops.
tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal.
You
So-
fucked, Robert.
I'd already snipped the jury's feed, but the crowd...
Seriously? He's the Hound? But isn't the Hound that... cop killing animals? that the whole house stank like shit. Watch what you say about a man's family, you. Or what? You'll stab us in the back too?
Sosuke. But please calm down and shut up.
Bad apple, hang the whole house with him.
Your Honor, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing...
Not enough you butchered him like that. Animals. You gotta pay this lawyer to spit on his grave, too? At least the Blue Bloods know their place.
Meow! This is bad.
How dare you? While you pigs were colluding with Blue Bloods to rip off every one of the rewards. Better a Blue Blood than the piss running in your veins. That's racist, sir.
Sarah, hold him. Pardon? Stop him from doing anything stupid now. Okay, it was fun, but now you've ruined it. You're all done. This court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. It's not enough.
No, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell
him,
him,
Rogers.
Oh, God.
This heat.
Rogers, you're about to fuck this up.
Burn the house! Tension like a haze in the air.
Rip them out by the roots.
And on the back of my neck.
Every last one.
Meow!
Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you...
A bead of sweat and something that feels like...
Who's that? Die, you son of a bitch! Behind it. Oh. Sarah? Sosuke's gonna fucking die.
Get down! What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun.
Fuck. Sosuke. Oh. London. Damn. That was cold.
Did he just shoot that cop?
Yep. Hey, are you okay? Are you hit?
Sosuke, I am not injured. The danger's gone. The heat of the moment replaced by the chill of a cold sweat on my lower back. But why did you push me down? What? Oh, that's you.
What? What do you mean, why? Why did I...
Meow. I take my time turning back to trace the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely, I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exits, but the sound is far away.
Reflexes. Sorry.
I think this is London.
Y'all right there, ma'am?
I'm fine. I'm fine, Detective. Thank you. For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Kasim London. In that instant, I recognize a nameless...
Something.
something across his face. Cold and sharp like frostbitten furs. Nameless. We don't need a word for it, because we only ever see it once. At the very end.
He's dead. Okay. Waited 60 seconds to...
That's my girlfriend, Fiery.
I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so... Maybe now one of you could tell me what the hell happened out there?
Oh, that's me.
How did that?
How
Oh.
did that man get into the courtroom, the building, and with a weapon like whatever the hell that was? It was his own arm.
Madam Barrows.
Okay,
It was his own arm, Madam Barrows.
Judge Barrows.
Melissa Barrows, Superior Judge of the Higher Circuit. Hot Springs, Gold
Okay,
Beer, one.
go get some memes. We're gonna end soon anyway. Because after this
own
bit
arm.
feels like a good stopping point.
Well, at least it wasn't me, Carlos. Didn't look like me. Modded illegally at some literal chop shop.
Thank you, Fiery.
Very prosthetic, but fairly low tech. Uses a simple air intake system and projectiles made of enamel.
What, like teeth? Enamel, as in teeth? Where on earth do these people...
Doesn't trigger any metal detectors. Looks organic from the outside. But if you're aiming at flesh, gets the job done.
And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land?
No, Your Honor. We're looking into it now. But we already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of courthouse security team members. Probably got his hands on a key card, lost, bought, or stolen. Had it modified to get him in the building.
Would that work?
Only needs to work once. This time, it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive anyway, so... If you ask me, we're lucky he stuck with something more directed instead of an explosive.
This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now?
The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed.
As I recall, the adjutant cut their feed the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound of Icaria. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well...
You'd have to ask organized crimes. But the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there were plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he achieved by catching Sosuke red-handed.
Allegedly.
There's no presumption of innocence in station locker rooms and cop bars, Counselor.
So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks, and 24 hours later I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he?
Shooter's been ID'd as one Bowen Bresson. Low-level
Mivlia,
muscle
I was
in the
about to
blue
raid
blood.
you, goddammit.
Shooter's been ID'd as one Bowen Bresson. Low-level muscle in the blue
Welcome,
blood mob.
everybody. Welcome, Raiders. Those who don't know me, I am Naria Care, criminal catgirl extraordinaire, and we are us. We're seriously about to wrap up fucking... We were about to wrap up, Of the Devil.
But-
We've been going for 4 hours, and we were at a
But
good
you
spot
guys,
to end.
yeah. But you guys, seriously, I would recommend this game.
Yeah, I totally would recommend this game. It's incredible.
Priors for possession, dealing, assault.
Attempting to carry out an assassination in a courtroom full of cops is quite the step up. Any connection to Creek's pod?
Meh. Older generation, different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves.
So trying to execute Sosuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, that's very interesting, but it's a job for the police to handle. Counselor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing for a mistrial? About that, I feel it's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. What? A blue blood gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. All they know is right now they've been given a long lunch. You too? The goal, Your Honor, as I've always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. Right now, clearly, the Blue Blood Mafia is convinced my client killed 4 of their men. And every cop in the city thinks he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks on a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Ikaria doesn't need a mistrial. He needs a media blackout. I really hate that term. She's right, Your Honor. If the story spreads that the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Sosuke, every juror in the city will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him, let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Even if that's true, and even if that's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective, is the building still in lockdown?
Standard procedure says to keep it that way another half hour.
We would have to. The stands were full of police officers, and any one of them... could...
Ambulance chasers will be prime for a story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank.
We don't need the blackout to last forever. We just need it to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Which will be when exactly? We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket. Finished? Tomorrow? Yes, Your Honor. Fine, yes. We'll have a blackout. A big, scary old blackout like we're the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy? Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols.
Right behind you, ma'am.
Surprised to be arguing for the same thing as you for once. Thanks for not gagging from the effort. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken the mistrial. Dumped the hound of Ikaria on some other idiot's doorstep and cashed their check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You under house arrest already? I haven't felt threatened by them. That could change fast if you fail them. House Ikaria are high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to axe me just for underperforming. Sounds like exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'd go through a lot more than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully, when the story does eventually leak, the focus should be entirely on Sosuke. But if this means people start recognizing me, remembering me, Bowen Bresson will be glad London did him in one. I'd twist the knife as slow as a second hand if he's... You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. never seen anyone get shot before. Oh, right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. That was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. I spent all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of Heartbreak, of all people, and maybe I get it into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass. Thank you, Neurospecs, but we are about to end soon. Just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence.
Oh, Emma, you don't need to get in Heartbreak's head. You're already in her heart.
I'll need to get over that. We did have a lovely stream. Do you?
I'm still surprised I was able to pull that out of my ass.
Do you need to get over it?
Hope not.
I have a responsibility. A prosecutor isn't a hangman, Emma. No. If a hangman does their job right, the neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I do my job right. Sosuke Ikaria spends his life drooling on himself while Megs haggle over the property rights to his gray matter. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. I've never felt that bad about it at all. Runs in the family. The way she whispered it, and that half-stuttering sigh. I'm not sure she even heard it herself.
You gonna save here?
We're still in the state building. So, probably not yet.
Alright, that should free up your phone from the blanket.
Thank you, Detective London.
You're, welcome, Counselor Morgan? Something I said?
You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Ikaria really is.
Come on, there's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put two and two together?
Maybe I would, if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom.
That was a lucky shot.
From across the room, with the crowd moving around him.
Yeah, real lucky.
I know. I'm agreeing with you. Though it would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Did you know?
No. But I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen.
But you recognized him.
Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. It helped that the guy was fidgeting all day.
Bresson had been in the courtroom all day? How long had he waited to take his shot?
Did you get a good look at him?
I did not. You shot him very fast.
Eyes bloodshot to hell and back. Nosebleed, flushed extremities. He was high as a drum. Probably meta-exphenylene, considering how well all the blue bloods have done pushing it.
Metahex Nirvana? The party drug that college kids are huffing?
Been a long time since I was in college. Guess it could be good for a party in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context.
Sure.
But at higher doses? A couple of months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around in one of the open markets. Eyes dilated, mouth moving a block a minute. Knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour and I could move on. I took a phone call. When I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. He broke 4 teeth. And he started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out.
Ew.
But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad chip will hardly slow the ball now that it's rolling.
You believe the hype? Think they're gonna legalize it?
Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me.
What'll happen to the Blue Bloods monopoly?
Up in smoke. Pharma mags and dispensaries of the world will step in to reap the rewards, as they do. And the Blue Bloods will have to slink off and hook up some other haze to push. The gray tide rolls on.
The Blue Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like scientists?
Yep. Some of them are even pretty profitable, like their hose clubs and pink rooms.
So if the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized?
There's competition and name recognition, locale, real estate, and basically, they can't afford it. The buy-in is too steep, and everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like the Icaria do not want to share.
Gee, not even on special occasions.
Well, like I told you, there was that meeting last year, but
their playdate fell apart.
Hey, what you said back there in court about Prop 492? You really buy that? Tariq Chopin working with Blue Bloods?
It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. But that might explain why it ended the way it did.
So what was the verdict?
The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take. The show must go on.
The shooter?
Getting introduced to the accommodations down at the morgue right about now. He was some blue blood muscle named Bresson. Ring a bell?
As I've said, all these Blue Bloods are alike.
He tried to shoot you, Sosuke, and I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that.
Never met him, never heard of him. That's the truth.
Hey, plebeianization.
But the Bresson family is known to be enforcers for Blue Blood leadership.
So it's the old guard who want you dead. Does that make the young bloods an enemy of an enemy?
Didn't you tell me Creek was a young blood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either.
God damn it, Sosuke. Who doesn't hate your ass? You need to try
Sarah?
harder to disregard that the nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. It might be starting to sink in. Sosuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now, these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after? Why are you at the top of the Blue Blood shit list? Is it because of
Last year's
because of what
meeting?
happened a year ago?
How do you know about...
What happened a year ago? A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. You were gonna work out a deal for the Ikarian network to distribute a blue blood product.
Why would we want the basement cook's swill the blue bloods make sold in our storefronts, our pharmacies?
You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized.
Ugh.
Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting.
There was a meeting last year, yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. Fell apart, voices were raised, weapons drawn, I was in the shadows, and I stepped in front of a blade from Makoto. The house elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety and perhaps felt that they had grown overconfident. The hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So they ordered me to guard Makoto full time.
Isn't that a great honor? Guarding the heir to the headship?
Of course it is.
Then why do you sound like that? You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. I kinda assumed that was par for the course in your world.
It's not unheard of.
So why are the old guards still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later?
I don't know. I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an old guard.
You know what I think?
What?
I think they thought that Sosuke had the mask.
Yeah. They thought it was Sosuke that... Yeah, that makes sense. They thought it was Sosuke that popped the 4 Youngbloods. So the lateral thought from that would be that he had the mask. Or that he gave the mask to the Ikarias.
Is there someone we could talk to who is? There's always someone, for a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first.
Oh boy. Here to join?
Here to
What
join?
are you talking
What are you
about?
talking about? Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery. So what? Like 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meetings here with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're gonna be some big shot lawyer. Join your club so I won't get evicted? Isn't that, like, blackmail, counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure. So it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever. As long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. We need to add our phone numbers too? No, I don't actually care.
Morgan, were you a blue blood?
Is something wrong? Why would you think that something's wrong? It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I'll try to wake you and I could swear you're just pretending. I've no idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. I had been bothering Sosuke, I think. Pestering him about catching bullets. If you were bothering Sosuke, he'd say it. turned to the side in that bitchy pose of his. But I can't catch a bullet either, even though I'm fast and I can see fast. Sosuke was the one who acted while I just... Sosuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life, the way he tells it. Father built me to be strong. I should be able to... David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watched you grow. And do you think I am still growing? Still developing? You think I could get taller? I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that. I'm sorry. I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom. When Detective London took out that shooter? I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. It stands to reason that he'd act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I am still thinking about is the man he killed. Yeah, but there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until... I am not thinking about his motive. I am thinking about how he is dead. You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, even the most ordinary stuff. Guess I forgot that includes the extraordinary, too. You've seen violence like that before, then? Yes.
He's done violence like that before.
I have. Seen people die? Yes, I have. Seen more people die than most your age? Most lawyers? Probably a safe bet. This is a private subject, isn't it? Death is always private. I'm no exception. Do people ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? Every time is like the first time. I hope that everyone is like you, then. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to. Sorry to disappoint you, then. There are no people like me. Serial killers. All right.
Irashai.
Oh, we gonna do the bar, and then we'll end?
We can end here if you need to.
Nah. Irashai. Irashai.
To what do I owe the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls?
One Sarah. Who's the other?
Figment of my imagination, apparently. You want something to drink?
What do you recommend?
I've just got out in this case a beautiful tawny deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Savory and full with notes of cherry and oak.
Sounds delicious. You just described a tree down to the dirt. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, you're underage.
She's an android.
I did get the email. I responded, plebeianization. I said I thought it was interesting. I'd have to think more about the concept. I do think the cryptid romance is a pretty fascinating angle. I do have to confess I don't write a lot of MLM, so I don't know if I'd be any good at it. A very realistic one. What'll you say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter? Irashai?
2 waters coming right up. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Icaria?
And I was the last person to find out what that actually means.
Then it should be easy enough to tell whether he did the deed or not. Hound always leaves a calling card.
So I hear. Is that literal?
Stark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia.
I mean, I'm willing to do it, plebeianization. Might need more to work with, but yeah. I don't understand why the house, would go to such lengths to let the victims know who attacked them.
These nobility types, their whole lives are galas and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tastings.
Torture.
Where every sentence has a front and back side to it, and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. To them, an unambiguous act of violence, an exclamation point that they can't misconstrue. And the Icaria aren't exactly at the top of the nobility pecking order. Reminding the others that they've still got their fangs is a viable strategy. They know they're outclassed in terms of how many mountains of gold they have.
That doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion.
Well, he's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed was to get away with murder, he'd be a poisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. If he kills the target behind closed doors, their house can just bring out a spare. Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. But if the Hound kills where a house's rivals can see, the damage sticks.
You know a lot about the Neobility, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the Neo-aristocracy?
Do I look like I got that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby kid.
Wouldn't know it, looking at how profitable your wine section is.
It'll catch on.
The Hound was a nasty surprise. The big reveal isn't making anything click for me.
A blue blood assassin trying to miss the mid-trial. I don't get it either, but the blue bloods aren't as rational as they
Used to be.
I traded with them a good deal when I was younger, and they were richer.
Traded what?
Stock tips.
Oh. This was before the Icaria cut them down?
I was a young man, hungry to establish myself, and the blue bloods were the biggest game in town. The Rusts weren't even a twinkle in some psychopunk's eye back then, and the Icaria cartel were just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The blue bloods used them as couriers.
How the tables have turned. A reversal of fortune.
Could be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city today if...
If what? If the Icaria hadn't killed them all. But didn't they have allies? Connections?
The morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them.
But they were the victims. Thomas, hey! I'm doing good. We're almost about to end for the night. In the bar, I think.
Corporate partners are risk averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. And when you fall that far, that fast, the common folk assumed it happened for a reason.
They thought that the Blue Bloods deserved it just because it happened to them?
What was left were the old-timers, the grandparents, the great-uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited Hatchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade, found family that became the first gens and then the Youngbloods.
What about the money? You're starting to sound like a real human.
Some of it, the cash, gold, jewels, the Ikaria just stole. But the vast majority of it was held overseas, where it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the right blood.
Locked behind GFA.
Getting butchered by the Ikaria was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exile from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. Has a certain poetic charm to it, no?
It would have to be a very sobering poem.
Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Probably why the Blue Bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passed down the same ghost stories and urban legends.
Thank you for the hydrate, Redeem, Issa, Isia. They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch, crossing their fingers over the red hood and... Hey, what's a little lord?
That's another one. New spin on one of the oldest tales in the book, Promised Prince. The belief there is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the Leaps, one lone heir to all the fortune the Blue Bloods lost. Got spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret. One day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully... You know, I'm guessing you heard this one before.
Is there any truth to it?
Old guards certainly seem to think so. Or need to think so. It's probably what's keeping them alive. If you can just hold on another 5 years, they'll finally be able to find the heir they've been looking for, and they can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that's what makes old young blood start talking about maybe the old guard doesn't care what happens to us, because they don't.
What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. The original full expression is thought to be the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests that camaraderie between those who fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. Yeah, well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago.
Still, this is 30 years of water, or blood covenant if you prefer, that we're talking about. Young bloods give their lives to the Mafia. Each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut them loose just because some choking kid, only valuable for his DNA, decided to show up after all these years.
You think the old guard would throw away the young bloods if it meant reuniting with their little lord?
I know it, and so do the young bloods.
That doesn't seem to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tariq Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense.
Tariq Chopin, being the son of the city councilman?
Adopted son. His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all their records. Sarah, look this guy up.
You got a new term there.
Hindering mob justice. about flash lynchings?
Or something.
How old was he? His age is listed as 27, but the entry has been edited a number of times. There has been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours over the addition or removal of an asterisk. It seems his original birth certificate was lost. Well, that's shady as hell.
Wait, what if Chopin was the Little Lord? Only kinda.
Here it comes.
If he was an orphan 27 years ago, that's pretty firmly in the red decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then.
That's a kind
Did
way
I?
of putting it. What would be an unkind way of putting it? The governments of the world were scrambling. I want to know about his adoption. His fathers adopted him in 2066 after 3 months of visits to Gospel Home Orphanages, a private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business. Bankrupt or bought out? Bankrupt. Damn it. If they had just gotten swallowed, the parent company might have kept their records. The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it.
Not trying to cast doubt on the realness of their connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they let a photo up that good pass them by.
Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting and... No, a child showing up quietly in a politician's life was guilty as sin. They wouldn't let people think. This isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. What was his education? Tariq Chopin had a law degree. Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer?
Kind of a politician. It's not a bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law is being broken, they'll keep you far away from anything real. You can coast for a year and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime.
London did mention he was far too principled to be likable or reliable. If joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move, that means he had a clear plan for what to do after. And it probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. I can think of a few reasons why a cop would get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. But Tariq Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is...
Wait, you really think...
You think Chopin was the Little Lord?
You're the last person I'd expect to believe in fairy tales, Red.
Can you honestly say it doesn't fit?
If we, for a moment, assume that unicorns and dragons and Tsuchinokos are real,
What do you mean? Tsuchinokos are very well documented. I can show you.
then yeah, it's possible that Chopin was the Little Lord.
And if any young blood knew it, they'd want him dead. To prevent the old guard from abandoning them.
Wait, didn't I just say that?
You did just say that. You've got a mind for
thoughts-
story beats, too.
Three
Also,
thoughts
I was
come to
thinking
mind.
it.
1. This is all guesswork on your part. Even the most zealous young blood wouldn't off a guy just because he happened to be about 30 years old and adopted.
They would have had to have seen something that at least suggested it.
2. As I recall, the only young blood you know of is this Creek guy.
And Creek was dead before Chopin ever entered the building.
Clears his name pretty handily.
Only Youngblood I know?
3.
There's
I can
Han.
think of at least one other group that had killed to prevent the little lord from reclaiming his throne.
House Icaria.
Who better to cut him down than their most loyal rook?
And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try and kill Sosuke in a courtroom. Unfortunately,
Stay positive. Just because the old guard thinks Sosuke killed their precious heir, doesn't mean he actually did.
yeah.
Hey Sarah, get some footage of me making this next one. From over there in the corner.
Boss?
We'll shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy made the best drink ever kind of thing. Where it's kind of cheap and fake, but like you're in on the joke and it's not pretending to be genuine.
Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, a video longer than 9 seconds posted at this time of day.
I don't want to hear that depressing shit. Well, cross-post or whatever.
Does it have to be that corner? The lighting will be bad.
Any corner, just make sure it's from a distance.
From a distance? Would it be better framed if...
It'll look like shaky cam found footage. It's more legit that way.
My hands do not shake, but I'll try. What are you doing?
Making you a drink, obviously.
That's quite the treat. Why?
'Cause we got some heavy shit to discuss. Starts with ice. What do we do with crushed ice? Crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah.
Kick it under the fridge.
Exactly. Rock ice and nothing when you're mixing a cocktail.
Hang on, you taught her that?
There's a drain under there.
Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floorboard.
Half a lime, juiced. Pay no attention to the second half. Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes it tart. Now you're the lawyer. You got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Egg white, toss the yolk until it's a weekend, unless it's a weekend, in which case...
Put it in the
That's
bowl
you.
in the fridge.
But it seems to me like you're approaching the shooter from every angle but the deadly serious one. Or again, if a customer says they prefer simple syrup, you let me know and we won't serve them anymore. You need to consider that maybe that shooter wasn't there for Sosuke.
I told you they kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that.
Whiskey, Black Label or higher.
Then shake the hell out of it.
Her little expression, word of mouth can be deadly down there in the fog. I saw her leaving the building, can easily become, I saw her running away.
If someone wanted to get me, a courtroom filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it.
Yeah, but it might have been, and the only time and place they knew you'd be. Mint for garnish with charred cinnamon for smoky ambiance. Serve immediately. The way I don't drink and that doesn't look bad, a bitter blessing.
This... Diamani, you're gonna be bad for my alcoholism. Now I want to drink.
Resist.
Yeah.
Want me to toss that out?
Hold on, what did she say? Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Rain. No
That's
one's
a
coming to
coincidence.
get me. Nobody even knows I exist.
I hope you're right.
I am.
You won't know if you're wrong until it's too late. Bottoms up. Get all that, Sarah?
Yes, boss.
Hey, bottoms up's just an expression. You're supposed to sip it, for God's sake.
One last thing. Apparently, Sosuke's captors talked about some kind of huntsman. Red Hood and Huntsman again.
The Little Lord's an urban legend. Huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Orcas shooting the shit about burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves.
Right, so they're bullshit. I got the same answer elsewhere, but...
Oh, they're very real.
Pardon?
Huntsmen. Not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they're real.
You just said that they're boogeymen.
Yeah, and the fact that they exist is what makes them so damn scary.
Are they some sort of assassin, like Bresson, the shooter in the courtroom?
Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. You feel a chill down your spine one night, on your way home from work, go to sleep, wake up at night to a man wearing your own face choking the life out of you. While he calls your mom from your locked phone across the room in your own voice. But like I said, they're all overseas. In more contested parts of the world where the Blue Bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a real good use case or a weapon only they could take full advantage. The fucking no mask.
Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Sosuke.
Why? So Sosuke can start writing his will?
I wouldn't bet against him, so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are missed, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill a boogeyman? Same way I'd kill anyone else. With pleasure.
Morgan, you are demented.
She is. Oh, right. Yeah, I think I'm gonna end here anyway. Oh wait, I actually need a recommendation from you.
What kind of recommendation?
A bar, I think, needs to be open tonight.
Oh. What are you looking for?
Well, it's not for me, but how much do you know about host clubs? Because the Blue Bloods work host clubs.
Yep.
And we'll see what Reyes is up to next time. Yeah, because we've been going for like 5 hours.
Yeah.
I even went on a little extra for our raiders, but now it's time for us to end.
Alright. Neri?
Yeah?
Don't go for the alcohol.
I wasn't gonna go for the alcohol. I've got weed in my apartment.
Okay.
It was a good stream, and I'm super
Yeah.
happy that you all, decided to drop in on me. But,
Yeah.
let me see who's live right now to send you all to.
I'm still a bit weirded out by how much of this I've been able to guess.
Yeah, you've been really on top of it, even when I've been making mistakes. Alright. So, I do think I know who I'm going to raid. Yeah, bye-bye. Bye, Tamaya. I'm gonna send everybody to the lovely, a certain moose that you should all be very familiar with by now. The lovely Flannel Fawn, who's currently playing Dyson Sphere program. So everybody, I want you all to be good to yourselves, be good to each other, be good to Flannel Fawn. Always remember that chaos is a love language, and as always, be gay, do crime, and I will see you all next time. Bye!
Bye.